I figured since I'm talking to Solo on chat, I might as well just come live since court's supposed to be there. I'm sure they'll be here any moment. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Disorder in the Court for Nevada versus Robert TELLES. Now, his attorney pronounces it TELLES. I've never heard him say his own last name. Somebody else in the court was pronouncing it TELLES. So I'm not totally and completely sure what's going on there, whether it's TELLES or TELLES, but nonetheless, here we are. Now, I just got to give you a tiny bit of a caveat today. My brain is not fully functioning. I take full responsibility for this. I allowed my brain to take a beating last night. I made the conscious choice to comment on the channel of an incredibly toxic person. And man, I paid for it. I paid for it. She fucking went, she went insane. So, the things that she went out of her way to say to me were pretty, they were unreasonably hostile and violent. But look, I'm not whining about it. All I'm saying is that anyone hearing the things that the person said would have probably reacted the same way. I'm just letting you know that that's why maybe I'm a little tiny bit slower today. You know, and I take full responsibility for my role in throwing myself in that gutter ring. So that's just, I've learned that that's the way it is on the internet. You can't expect, you don't know what to expect from the other person anymore. You can't expect the other person to respect the same boundaries that you're gonna respect. That's just how it is. And in all honesty, like, I remember there was a time a long time ago in my life where, like, I would get into road rage and I would, like, flip people off on the road. That was so stupid. I didn't know who I was flipping off. They could have hauled off and shot me through the window. It was just so stupid, right? I don't know who I was flipping off. So, you know, it's a good learning lesson. You know, you have no idea how easily you can trigger somebody into being as intentionally abusive as possible, throwing swings at you as hard as possible with their words. I mean, you just cannot. There's Adelson and Benefield news. I can't believe I missed this. Like, I was just giving you guys caveats that my brain's a little bit slower today. What's the Adelson news? I'll go looking for this, but I've been waiting for them to come back into court here. Because, man, I definitely want to cover the Adelson trial. The Adelson case fascinates me because it's this family dynamic, right? This family dynamic. I definitely want to discuss the Adelsons in the discourse of criminals are dumb, not smart. They think they're smart, but they're dumb. And I plan to do that on this new channel that I have that I've been showing you guys that I hope you'll subscribe to. Thank you very much. So we're just waiting for court to come back. I hope you had a lovely break. Let me look for. Hello, Tracy. Nice to see you. I think it's been a while. Is this the channel I usually see you on, or do I also see you on Checkmate sometimes? I'm sorry, I forget. Sometimes it's hard to keep accounts straight. Adelson wants a smaller courtroom. Benefield filed papers. Someone said jury misconduct, but not confirmed. Interesting. I'm going to look it up here. Let's see. Donna Adelson wants trial moved to a different courtroom. Here, let's watch this.
Just weeks before her conspiracy and murder trial, Donna Adelson is asking a judge to move her trial to a different courtroom. Now, Donna Adelson is accused in the July 2014 murder for hire of her former son-in-law, Dan Markell. On Monday, her defense team asked the judge to move the trial out of courtroom 3G and into a much smaller room down the hall. They're citing issues with a large number of spectators in the courtroom during her son's trial last year, including some facial expressions and hand gestures directed at the jury. Now, her defense team is also trying to limit what the jury hears about.
This lady's a character. Oh, the Daybell trial. That's right. I remember you from the Daybell trial. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Of course, she wants a smaller courtroom so that she can restrict the number of people in the room. This woman is so very self-conscious. She is such a character. Man, there are so many fascinating
about Adelson's arrest, as she and her husband were boarding a one-way flight to Vietnam last fall. Now you're looking at body cam video of that arrest in the Miami airport.
All right, so that's basically it. She wants to be moved to a smaller courtroom, but that's the main news there. Okay, so there's other news in Ashley Benefield. What did she file an appeal? I'm not seeing anything in Google News. Maybe there's something on X or Twitter. Man, Elon and Trump broke the internet the other night, didn't they? Wow. I'm not going to get into that at all. I don't want to get into any sort of political discussion, but crazy, crazy, crazy. What's happened with Karen Reed? Do you think she's guilty? Here's my opinion. I tell you what, I'm going to give you a fact here, okay? Every time I express an opinion about Karen Reed, I lose views and subscribers, but also I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned here, so I lose subscribers that way too. Literally, I don't get promoted. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know it's such a weird phenomenon with Karen Reed. I've heard other creators talk about this too. It's so weird. So I'll tell you what I believe, Tracy. I believe she did it by accident. I do believe that. So I do think she did it by accident. I don't think she intended to do it. I think she did it by accident, and then she acted like a lunatic trying to cover it up and went literally crazy trying to cover it all up to the extent of creating this whole conspiracy thing. Solo, what do you mean by why is it channel so hard for me to get to? I end up with Three Stooges and shite. Which channel? The Breaking Chains channel? Well, yeah, the thing is with the support of Karen Reed is it just went too far. Oh, this channel? Right. I mean, that's why You're not the only person, Solo, who has said that this channel is hard to find on a regular basis. And it doesn't get promoted outside of the few people that come to it. It's nonsensical that I go live nearly every day during a trial and then lose subscribers. That it just does not make sense. I'm not doing anything. Usually when you I know this is probably hard to understand for people who don't operate channels on a regular basis. Usually when you create content on a regular basis, you gain subscribers. You gain subscribers, and the only way you lose subscribers is when you do something really controversial or your content just takes a complete left turn, like an absolute left turn. You know what I'm saying? Or, or you start to lose subscribers and views when YouTube does something to your channel and they don't tell you. And that's just the way it is. And, unfortunately, there's just no way to prove it. And I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to explain to you all why that might have happened. And, it's definitely unfortunate. It just is. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I can't. Not I don't take it personally. Let's put it that way. I just don't. It's a business. They're running a business. I don't think it's right, but it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to like mount a campaign over it or anything like that. It's stupid. Yeah, I never see in my feed unless it's more than one day, for example, like a trial, but I have found you. Yeah. Yep. A lot of people have told me that. And I have independent verification of this. I just can't get into how I got that independent verification, but it has nothing to do with direct ties to Google. None whatsoever. I don't have any inside source at Google who told me this, nothing like that, but I do have some independent verification. So anyway, I don't know why they're not coming into court. They said that they are 15 minutes late. What is it with this particular courtroom? This is what it looks like right now. Blah, 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 blah. What do you think is going on? So PKC says, and we're back to Ashley Benefield, might have been an appeal. Many in the chat just kept saying Benefield newest filing towards the end. Someone said she was claiming jury misconduct. Oh yeah. That's that is kind of a typical it's almost standard operating procedure in a case where the defendant is still claiming their innocence. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's pretty standard for them to appeal claiming either, jury misconduct or ineffective assistance of counsel, or there's a number of claims, or they have new evidence or something like that. They're on the same time zone as me. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Oh, thank you for saying that, Solo. That's so sweet. You're worth the effort. Yeah, I actually did that. PKC, I actually had people do that on my other channel because these checkmate and disorder are tied together by the same email. That's why they are affected the same. And I had on the other channel, I had them sub and unsub a while back. That didn't seem to help. It pretty much happened it's really hard to pinpoint when this happened to my channel. It's really hard to pinpoint. But at a certain point, my channel was getting hella views, and then all of a sudden it plummeted. And I didn't change much. I really didn't change much. I swear I didn't. And so and there's nothing that I didn't do any. I'm not a super controversial or hateful person. You know what I mean? Patricia. Lynn is my brother from another gutter. My sister from another mister, my brother from another gutter. You're my sisters from all the listers. I'm terrible at, I'm not a very quick thinker. I'm a deep thinker, not a quick thinker. Other streams I can share to Twitter, but not this one. What the hell? I don't know, Solo. Good question. Good question. I've never understood how the interactivity works. There's one way, there's a definite way that I hamper myself, okay? And that is that I don't use other social media to promote myself. I don't use Twitter. I don't use Facebook. If I use those other mediums, I would probably get more traction. And there's two reasons I don't do that. It's because I don't like social media. And also it's because I need to manage how much I am juggling at any given time. I freaking have PTSD. I can't juggle too much at a time. That's just how it is. I have to manage myself at a certain pace. That's just how it is. And I also have to keep a certain level of peace in my life. I can't engage in ongoing, I've found out I just cannot engage in ongoing chaos and drama. I just can't. And so I don't. And oh, it let you from your phone. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what I'm going to look and try to see if there's something going on in court to make this happen. I'm not sure why they are not coming back. Let me go to the other machines that I don't, the other platforms I don't really like. Even though I don't use them myself, I do view them to see if there's something going on. Let's see. Oops. I know that a lot of Jeff Garman's former colleagues are attending the trial. He was I just saw your tweet. Ms. Solo. Let's see. Nobody's saying anything in here about why they're not in court. I wonder if anything spicy is happening. You like that, Sparkles? Well, it's true. I've never been a super quick thinker. He does seem like one of those huggable dads, Solo. Let me see here. Let me see if there's anything on Google News. Whatchamacallit. Does anybody know the name of any of the reporters in Vegas? Let's see. I'll look at the Las Vegas Review-Journal feed and see if they have anything. Huh, no. I guess they are not live. They probably can't. They're not live tweeting or live. Okay, now we are finally hearing something. TELLES tardy trial.
seated.
So I'll follow that up by saying that since I know that about myself, about not being a quick thinker, but a deep thinker, that's why I usually sit back and wait before responding to something, especially if it's important, you know. Because if it's something that if
Sorry, please come to order. Remain seated.
And does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel
There's-
and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you
there's
may call
that
your next
expressive
witness.
face.
Please call Dr. Stephanie Dodd to stand.
You haven't seen the judge? She's a character. But if it's something important to me, I don't want to respond until I've been able to process it, especially because if I'm emotional, I won't think rationally about it and I won't choose the best words, and you know what I mean? So I just
Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand facing
that's
forward.
all.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tote tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened. The internal organs are taken out. They are evaluated as well as weighed. Again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203.
Correct.
May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Oh, what do you mean, Patricia? What am I missing? Wrong with her?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion, as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Hello, there's the judge.
This time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
She was doing gum
So
the
this
other
is a
day.
facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
And there's that
Okay.
mug.
I think it's pronounced Garman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Garman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Referring to page 1, counsel.
I'm not sure about looking to her right.
Just read silently. here, these two lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you again, how old was Mr. Garman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of
I
your
think the
external
jury might be over
examination,
there.
you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Garman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay, let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound
Look at
is
his
a category
face.
of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
My God.
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term
You're seeing
wound
photos.
track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Derman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please
My
explain
gosh.
to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it, and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try. That seems well. That seems a little bit too much, but let's. How about that? Seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And I can zoom in too. So why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of his neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back.
Okay. Anterior means what?
The front.
And lateral means what?
On this side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yeah.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's. Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish to the 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view
Yes.
of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
Yep. So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Dermott?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
If that portion of that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Gehrman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3.
I updated the thumbnail, y'all. Look at his faces.
Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Gehrman's torso?
No.
Okay.
He's overreacting and overacting.
Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay, but Doc, let me just approach I just want to make sure I'm getting my numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears on the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back?
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury, so just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum?
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay, could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
Right. Publishing 192. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the posterior or back portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well, here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits I'm gonna butcher that. I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these 2 up here. What sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right. Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or a scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Gehrman's hands. I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Gehrman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
Let's see if I can bring the darkness down. But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration. And she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
There are wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There's an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay, could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dermott's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this witness.
Yes, thank you.
You know what? I thought they were talking
Doctor,
about
how many stab wounds
TELLES'
were on the body?
wounds for a minute there, but he is going to testify.
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning what appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm
I
sorry.
want to see TELLES' face
That
now
would be
because
the wound right
now
here,
he's going
correct?
to be all hope.
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. you're unaware as to the order, fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes,
near the heart,
yes,
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where there are not a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So then it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incise wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No,
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And then let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
the deepest wound I believe was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion.
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, and are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. The bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay.
That guy does look a lot like Steven.
Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning
That's weird.
the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands.
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Durant.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck. Yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities. Yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said That's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Any class?
Just briefly, in reference to the inside, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade, again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein
He's really digging deep.
a
And I'm-
shorter
I don't mean
blade
that.
could have been used, and based upon your
Absolutely.
testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
I guess
You may
he's
step down and
has
mark six when you're
things
subpoena. Thank you for being here, and you may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning.
Jennifer Manning. So I guess they're contesting the evidence in terms of a murder weapon. Con's faces of Con's rage. Are you having some piping issues there, Chopper? Been hitting the peace pipe over there, Chopper? Having a little trouble piping? I'm just kidding.
Please step up to the witness stand. You'll remain standing. Raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole
finally
truth,
got
and
it.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Constipated.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene
Crime
analysts
scene.
testify ahead of you, but can you give us
Yeah,
your
I hate to have
explanation
this
of what a
type of
crime scene
stopper.
analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram, and at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst.
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay, when you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay, and I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay, and you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is, but can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body, booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay, and when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay, and what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there. So we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes,
Okay, and so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene.
yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay, and this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes,
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
yes.
And then I think you
What's
mentioned
that
that
look on his face right
fingernail
now?
clippings
It's
are
so
collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an
What is it?
autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay, and so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes,
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an
Yes.
evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay, and would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in I think you called drying closets.
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Groskovich.
Okay, what's that look, y'all? What
So,
is
Ms.
that?
Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as states
Strained
proposed
interest?
162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Boredom, condescension, smuggery. Finally went to the bathroom, so he's relieved. Posing for the camera. I mean, it could go so many different ways.
Okay. Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at states proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken,
Yes.
both hands. This is states 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay. And the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay. And then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay. And you photograph that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you states 171. Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes.
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay. And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Telles?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Telles on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him,
That is correct.
and states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing
Look,
him
it's
to
like
note
he's
any potential
comforting
injuries
himself
that
right
he had
now.
on his person?
Yes.
Do you
Comforting
recall
himself
if
as
there
he's
were any
himself.
injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger,
Oh,
and a bruise on the right shoulder.
a lot of injuries.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182.
What's the explanation, Robert?
You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger.
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed.
That is correct.
Ouchie.
And this is states 186. Little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Telles?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway, or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
He's looking very hopeful now.
Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring
I find the
that
witness
bag with you
very
to court today,
endearing.
correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that
It's
from the
very
evidence
smile.
vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to launch that with the court. Defense Exhibit A, be great. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to see the shorts.
Do you want to have it open now? Or
She wanted it open?
we intend addressing that late. I mean,
Oh,
by
okay.
stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely.
Sidebar. I don't know what you call it when just the lawyers have a
She said we'll
conversation.
take advantage. We could have her open it now, please.
Okay, all right.
Evidence time. Maybe I should make a jingle. An evidence time jingle.
Do you have
You
a
know,
bag as well? The bag.
I totally forgot that a while back I said I was gonna
I
do
do
like
not.
court words of the day. I really had intended to do that and then it fell off. I did like 2 or 3 days and then it fell off. Orange gloves. I don't think I've seen a lot of orange gloves in court. Refreshing change. Those scissors actually look like they could be a pretty lethal weapon. Double paper bag.
Around that, we marked this A1. That's within the bag.
So I found a video of on X of Robert Tellis walking next to the perpetrator walking. It's I think it's really interesting. I'll show it during the break. I can't show it while the live feed is on.
Thank you. If we could have a lodge up with the court.
No objection.
So are you admit?
Yes, please. We'd move to admit by stipulate, yes. Today we don't.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Now, you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant. to
that
your
is
knowledge.
correct.
Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question. No injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
But he sure looks worried in that photo. I can say that.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
And in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
I mean, this guy
And
has
you
such
took
a hard
photographs
time
of
hiding his
shirt
emotions.
off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I
Fair
did
to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
Do you notice how, as he's seeing these photos of himself, and in the photos, he looks very, very sad and very, very worried. So he holds his hands up to his, underneath his chin. And I don't know, maybe he's not comforting himself, but I know that when I've been known to do that, hold myself in that position in like a meeting that's going on a long time and
Yeah, that's fine.
might be uncomfortable. And
Fair to
it's
say there were photographs taken of his body,
comfort-
correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. TELLES.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. TELLES?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. TELLES, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redrawn?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
She's going to sign.
We don't, Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay, we'll just take it right now. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right, for next adjourned, please, sir.
Hey, Stargazer, I agree 1,000%. And yesterday I was looking for the exact profile like pic from that video that showed like the profile pause from that video that would show that, because you cannot convince me that that's not him. The side profile is just bang on. So I'm going to take you to this that I found on X because I think it's, I mean, I want to just show it to you all and see what you think before I weigh in on it. So hold on one moment. Okay. So on the right is him walking through his office, and on the left is the perpetrator. I mean, what do you all think? Anyone? Anyone? Anybody at their keyboard? What do you think, Chopper? Yeah. Chopper thinks he should have picked a better disguise. Yeah. I've been thinking, again, I can't get over the hat. He clearly chose that hat because he was trying to cover his like entire head, and face. But it's because, you think about it from his perspective, right? He's a public figure in that area. He's already a public figure. That footage of him walking through the office is before the murder. Okay. He was defending himself. He was defending himself from the allegations of having a hostile work environment. So this was from a news, like if I recall correctly, don't quote me on this, but this footage is from when actually Jeff Gehrman went to his office to interview him, to ask him questions about the actual allegations. And Robert Telles sat down with him to do the interview thinking, because this is how people like Telles think is, oh, well, I can talk to this person and they will just believe me. I mean, they'll believe me. I'm so good at convincing and snowing people. They will know that I am a hero. I'm trying to address public corruption here. The people, the old regime in this office, they are the bad ones. I am weeding them out. They're the terrible side of things. I'm getting them out and I'm the good guy. So that's what they were there to talk about. And as part of that interview, it is very common in these media interview situations for the press to want to get B-roll of the person walking through their office, kind of, oh, just kind of naturally walk for us. will you naturally just walk for us, in your office? Let's just, and usually the person who's being interviewed, they love it. They love the attention. Oh, okay, sure, no problem. And you see what a dork, he still has his, key card hanging on his. See, the value of the PR person is, if I was there, I would be like, get that fucking key card off of your right belt, belt thing or pocket. That looks dorky, You're a professional here. You don't need your key card on right now. That's what a PR person does to kind of help. It's the little things, right? It's the details. But I agree, Stargazer. This is what I'm observing, okay? I see he has the walk that I see in him is, don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. This is how, and he wants to just kind of appear normal, right? He has this same exact physique, this same way of just been very like the same kind of distance of his footing, as Stargazer says, that lifeless sway of his dangling arms as he walks. Same in both videos. I think this is so him. I think this is so convincing. Now, I don't know. It is kind of like a child. In many ways, it is like a child. And I think it looks really conspicuous for him to have that bag just kind of dangling there. Like, why are you walking through a neighborhood with a bag? Like, what is how often do you see someone just walking through a suburb with a big ol' hat, a construction colored jacket, and a gym bag? Yeah, with that bright ass coat. It kind of goes to show that he doesn't have like a sense of how he appears, how he comes off. And that to me explains all his facial expressions, like, I don't think he has a sense of how he comes off in the world. I think he thinks he does. I think he thinks he understands, but I don't think he does. I think he's really, really hopelessly like unself-aware, Yeah. I don't know if it's called book smart, not street smart. I guess that's a way to put it. I would say that it, when you have no, when you think that the world revolves around you, you don't think about other people's perspectives, right? You don't think about how other people might look at it. You only see things from your own perspective. So, I think he's convinced himself that he's great. He's fantastic. Yeah, it is. That is traditionally called a narcissist, but I have this, I don't know, maybe it's a unreasonable rejection of the word narcissist because it's so overused and people misuse the word narcissist so much that I have an issue with it. But yeah, that is a classic narcissist. But people tend to use the word narcissist for anything these days, and I hate that. I just hate it because it cancels people off. Like, it just stops people from really looking deeper into what real narcissism is, and narcissism is a deep, deep, deep issue. It's a really toxic, being around a narcissist can really, really harm your life. Yeah. So like, and that's the other thing is, it's one thing to be smart. It's one thing to be a liar. I mean, you're not smart when you're just a liar. You know what I mean? I reject the notion that crooks are smart because they were able to lie to get their way. That's not smart. That's just being a fucking liar. I'm sorry. That's just being a crook. What? Because I wasn't able, because a crook was able to identify somebody who hasn't figured out that there are crooks out there who are willing to lie to anybody. No, that's just a crook. I'm sorry. I don't consider anybody intelligent or smart unless they are able to be successful without fucking lying and using other people. Okay. Well, yes, and Chopper, anybody in the entire world can be manipulated. Just think about it this way. The most intelligent person in the entire world can be fooled by a magic trick. Anybody. That proves to you that anybody can be manipulated. Also, put it this way. Elon Musk has had traditionally is like historically bad with relationships. You know why? He gets into relationships with notoriously manipulative women. Amber Heard is one of his exes. So anybody can be manipulated. He's undoubtedly a genius. He's a brilliant, brilliant person, but he can be hella manipulated because he's a very emotionally driven person. I just recently watched a interview with one of his ex-wives, and she said that he's probably the most emotional person she's ever known. And when you are that emotionally driven, you are very easily manipulated. Okay. So you cannot tell me that the smartest person in the world cannot be fooled into believing some utter bullshit. And that's what happens, especially if they're absolutely lied to. So that's what happens. And it's easier, and it happens a lot easier on the internet, unfortunately. So I'm getting a little bit dizzy watching this now, but I think my vote is that's him. That's him in the video. His facial expressions alone make him look like he's trying so hard to look like he's disgusted and he just can't believe this horrible thing would happen. And like it's the first time he's ever seeing it, and oh my gosh, and I'm just not buying it. I'm not. I've been trying to think about maybe I'm not a super like competitive person in terms of needing to be right, about things. I don't need to be right about, a person or a case or something, but I think it might be an interesting exercise to go through different trials and think about what side did I come down on, and was I in the end correct? I don't know. It's just an interesting exercise, just for educational purposes only. Yep, there is a difference between a narcissist and someone who's just an idiot, but sometimes they can be both one and the same. Teacup says, I agree with the overuse of narcissists. I have a friend who's a counselor, and I had to tell her that I felt like she was using it way too often. Yeah. I mean, and it can also cut both ways, Teacup. Sometimes the issue is that there's so many people out there who show narcissistic characteristics and traits. So I don't know. I have no idea about your friend, but it's true. Even this is a rant I've gone on a few different videos and streams, and that is that we are so far behind in our understanding of mental health, educationally, and there's even all these battles and drama within the mental health community and the right way to go in the treatment. And there's all kinds of scamming and bullshit there. I mean, in the morning stream, we were watching the press conference about Matthew Perry and how he got scammed with a fucking ketamine treatment. I mean, that was a mental health treatment, you guys. That was a mental health treatment. And that's what's going on in mental health. They all too quickly go on to some sort of drug treatment that gets people addicted. And I'm not saying that all mental health treatment goes in that direction, but you know, when you think about it, mental illness is pain, just like physical pain is pain. So it gets treated with when it gets treated with some sort of addictive drug, you're going to end up with an addicted person. And it becomes a cottage, and it becomes a major, major profitable industry that's going to get exploited. And if there's no watch over it, then it's just going to keep going and going and going. So there I go with my, rant again. We're just so far behind in our understanding of how to diagnose and treat mental illness. And, preventative measures, descriptors. There's just a deep lack of understanding of the our nervous system and how our nervous system contributes to it, and how we should pay so much attention to the autonomic factors in our mental health. And PTSD, anybody with PTSD needs to understand those factors, because a lot of times people with stress disorders, those can eventually lead into like autoimmune diseases, because they're connected to your immune system. Your nerves are connected to your autoimmune system. Everything's so interconnected. So my hope is that we get far more advanced quicker, that things accelerate on the mental health scene rather than keep going backward. And I don't know why. I don't have the answers for why we go backwards. I don't know why. That's way above my pay grade to know why. It just bothers me. And I like to say I'm a solution-oriented person, but that's such a major global phenomenon that it's, sometimes you just have to realize that you don't know what you don't know. Now, they should be back any minute. Let me see if there's anything else on the Twitter sphere, the artist formerly known as Twitter. One moment, please. Hey, while I'm looking, I just remembered I wanted to mention something to y'all. If you're listening, y'all here are my core audience, right? Here and on my new channel that I've been telling you about. I mean, I know there's some few different audience members here and there, but anyway, I have a free way you can help me. Okay. What I'd like to do is eventually move my court coverage to that channel, but I don't want to do it until I get more subscribers. And so that everything can be in one place. I just kind of like everything to be in one place. I want to keep things clean. It's a true crime channel. So, the very free way you can help me, if you're willing to do it, no pressure, totally up to you, is to watch my videos there, to give me watch hours as I do them. And also subscribe if you haven't already. Oh, thank you, Stargazer. Here it is. I mean, I'm not going to link it to this channel, so I'm just showing it to you right now, and you should be able to find it. But if you aren't able to find it by looking for it, send me an email at checkmatehumanity@gmail.com, and I will send you a link. So, so yeah, that's all. That's just the favor I ask, is that you consume the content there, and if you see fit, please share the channel with your friends. I would really appreciate that. It would help a lot. And Solo has been a doll on the artist formerly known as X. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I was looking on that said platform. One moment, please. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God, y'all. I go looking on, I go looking to see what's going on over there, and this is the first thing that comes up. Oh, geez. Look at this. I mean, I have to hand it to this account. I didn't see it before, but I see it now. It's just that little guy needs needs some eyebrows. Oh, they're
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state's going to call Zach Schilling, please. I'm sorry, Zach Schilling. Zach Schilling. Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary Schilling, Schilling.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert TELLES?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Telles?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Telles here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So
Okay.
in what
These
context
guys
do you
don't like
meet,
each other.
The defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after
Oh,
I
coworker.
believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay, so he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes,
Do you have a business partner?
yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay, did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you worked with?
Oh, yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay, so that was.
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
Okay, but the one that you work with even still today is Kristen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you would help sell homes through the public administrator, is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind, is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay, so if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Telles?
Yes,
Would you see him in person?
yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Telles.
Well, typically, we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of. This is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Telles, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk.
Well, but if I may,
Sure.
if there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would
Okay.
be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Telles?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Telles?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Telles probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just
Yeah.
described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
The heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood.
Mhm.
And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
Yes.
it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes,
Why?
it does. With the way that, I mean, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Telles were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who is the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Telles.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention when you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and Mr. Telles would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. They're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Telles wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Telles. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Telles?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Telles's car, maroon, Tahoe, Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Telles drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
When? Where?
Well, Robert Telles and I live close to each other. So
in what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact is there was one instance where Robert Telles and I went and go to the same and we sort of walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap! I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Telles's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
I need to hear that objection again.
What's her kind of?
I was like, holy crap! I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Telles's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection.
Oh, hearsay, okay.
Hearsay.
It's, may I be heard? I mean, I can approach, or we can approach.
That would be hearsay. I mean, to me, that seems like
A conversation with her, right? Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
yes, he's
And
overruled.
after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
Okay.
I called Crime Stoppers, and the phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counter
Agree. Start.
intelligence, whatever, terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes, and they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis' house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes,
And in hot.
it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you.
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break.
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No,
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
that's correct. We just did a couple weeks before,
Bogus
just had
argument.
finished revamping a house for him. Independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher, but that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
Yes.
he actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house.
Ooh, tea.
And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and
I want
said,
to see
you
Robert
need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on
Rather
TV. You just
aggressive.
know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony.
Coming off like a dick.
You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the
Look
28th
at
of
the
September,
witness now.
correct?
That's correct.
Or in this case, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
You have it in front of you.
Yes.
Oh, that was the junior lawyer.
And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes,
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you, I think it's fair.
You can answer.
You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and that's being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
that's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nice try,
briefly.
counsel, but
Okay, so
you came off like a dick.
the whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you
if
have,
not, yeah,
just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
yes,
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
no,
out
they don't
to?
have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay, who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does Mr.
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes,
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
a year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I really
Yes,
wish I
thank
could
you.
have seen Tellis
After this
today.
disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes,
Mhm.
Bob,
Home.
and
Just one home.
your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob,
That's,
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
no, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest. And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
Fair
And
to say.
after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help
Oh,
you.
please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team,
Okay.
and we started doing revamps then.
Okay. And after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct? Of the sale.
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the
Well,
Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see. And that's your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Okay, looks like I have a question.
I'm going to give you my interpretation of this,
Can you
okay?
stay here for just a moment?
Yeah, no problem.
People in long-term business relationships have disputes all the time. All right. And they do not always end up in court, and they do not always end up in turmoil or in long-term fights. So what the lawyer was trying to imply was that the witness had some sort of retaliatory reason to call Crime Stoppers and report the call rather than it being just the God's honest truth. You know, that the witness has a motivation to lie because they had a business dispute. But people, especially in the construction business, especially in the real estate business, especially in government, in, you know, government contracts, they can get in disputes all the time and continue doing business together. So I'm not convinced.
We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers,
mm-hmm.
and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derriman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Well, nothing to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused for subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
I think I'm having a hard time picking up what the significance is of talking to that friend. I'm not picking that up, but I'm not saying it's not significant. I'm just saying I didn't pick it up myself. Oh, here comes that friend. Okay. So I guess we'll pick up that significance now. But you could tell when that guy came into the courtroom, as soon as he sat down, man, TELLES was throwing daggers at that guy with his face. Let's see what he does when this person walks in. Kristen. I'm pretty sure that many of the state's witnesses are his former co-workers.
Please watch your step.
Oh, maybe
Step
maybe
up
you're
to the
right,
witness
PKC.
Remain standing. Raise your right hand, face the plate, please.
And there was a grudge there
You do
too.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Kristen Riffle, KRISTENRIFFLE.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert TELLES?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant? How was it that you came to meet Mr. TELLES?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay. And so it's in the context
Has a
of,
very real estate-y look.
Mr. TELLES was working as the public administrator and you and Zach were doing work on homes
Correct.
to later be resold.
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes,
Do you think it'd be over 30?
possibly,
Okay.
possibly.
So several. at
Several,
least.
quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. TELLES out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. TELLES coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at
Yeah,
the
look at that
home
mug.
to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Garriman had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos? Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes, me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow.
Wow,
But
that's
it was
so interesting.
nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's.
Not wanting to believe it.
Yeah, well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if you
if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay, and is it your understanding that at that point, he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riffle?
Mhm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Telles in jest? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Telles, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Telles is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Telles is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video,
Okay.
and then
the video of what?
of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
You had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the
the
video of
picture.
him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently. If I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention.
I've
with
been
this.
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, that's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Telles was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming?
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Telles was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Telles wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You Griffin, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Telles as an asshole, correct?
Who said he
Look
called
at
him
the face of the junior attorney
Just
there.
to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Telles, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Telles' involvement, correct?
we were assuming.
You said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video and yeah. So yeah,
these stories that came out, they came out before
before the murder.
video. Oh, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
This attorney knows he's not
Um,
getting any traction.
Ms. Ripple,
This comes off like an
you
asshole.
said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this, yeah, it was this
And by size, do you mean like kind of
Height.
build?
height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole
Right.
body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Objection
Right.
meeting.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Marie.
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes.
Zach recognized.
No, but he's brought up the shoes to
Okay,
me.
hold
in the
on one
past.
sec. Let the judge
Oh, I'm
decide.
so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Melee.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no question.
Okay.
Yeah, one
Any other
question.
question?
So, I've been to Las Vegas many times. And I am not throwing any shade whatsoever. I'm letting you know that if you look up Las Vegas real estate
She realized
agent,
it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle.
Zach told me it was.
that's the picture that'll come up is this lady.
State,
I mean,
Mr. Draskovich?
No, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
Thank you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
State may call their next.
so I think
witness.
it's a really good witness.
Detective Edgar.
No, but, and she was a really good witness. Those were two really, I think this was a pretty bad day for the defense, in all honesty. And I think they have one more witness, or they're flying through witnesses. They're flying. We're only on day 2. This trial is supposed to take 2 weeks. Robert Tellis is supposed to testify. That should be interesting. He is full of himself.
You do solemnly swear
Can't
that the
control
testimony you're about
himself.
to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
He seems nervous.
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section. So I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective. And so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how like a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride-along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay, and before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually, we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrant.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like states 217, 18, 19. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's right. He's just looking for the rest. No objection? No objection. All right.
So 218 through 235 are being offered at this time,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there.
Anticipate. Wait, I'm off tune. Anticipation. Anticipation. It's making me wait. That's what I hear going through his head. I know that's weird. I make everything into a song practically, okay?
Recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
Okay. On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay. So in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Telles's house with crime?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay. So do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Telles's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. That not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Telles's house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement,
No,
to
sir.
my knowledge,
Nobody
was
planned
allowed into the
evidence.
residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tez's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Telles's wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222. What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I'm just going to pause and acknowledge this lovely, beautiful comment here. Thank you, Tia, so much. I am going to lie to you. My brain took a beating from that. I actually didn't listen to that whole shit show until after I was on Tip's panel. And I listened to it and I was like, wow, she took some major fucking swings at my brain. And I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. I put myself out there. I would never ever go anywhere near that low to anybody. It was so unprovoked, unwarranted, unreasonable, so far from the reality of who I am that it doesn't even bear anything she said addressing in detail. It's just so weird, so bizarre. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, it's okay, Tia. It's fine. It's like, what do rattlers do? What do rattlesnakes do? They bite with poison. That's what they do when you go close to them. I mean, that's what you have to expect. And I put my comment in her channel knowing that could happen, and it did. So there you go. Not saying that I deserved the way I was talked to, but it's just the kind of thing you have to know now these days on the internet. And it's a really, really, really interesting thing to sit back and watch how absolutely in a completely different world somebody can be than the reality. You know what I mean? So anyway, that was just a tiny little sidebar. That was just a tiny, tiny little sidebar. We will get back to our regular programming in just one moment.
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar?
There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
so
me.
You do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
okay, then
if you have an objection, make an objection.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Oh wait, Tia, do you know about my new channel? Do you know about my new channel? I'm not linking it to this channel. This is what it looks like. But if you can't find it, if you cannot find it, send me an email at checkmatehumanity@gmail.com and I will send you the link. Thank you very, very much. That's actually what the what I wrote a post on my Checkmate channel saying, just send me an email with in the subject line saying, I want to know. So we're on the same wavelength, doll. Anyway, okay, here we go. Sorry to interrupt our programming.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel.
Wait, one last little thing, Tia. One last little thing. Did you notice that she also promoted the most disgusting live that's ever been done on me, and has said that she is going to restream that live? If that doesn't tell you what her motives are on me, I don't know what does, and what her motives are on people in the world. I don't know what does. All right, here we go. Sorry, everyone.
Which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material. And then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness has circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the Valentin?
It's gonna be in the 300s.
Look at that face.
Published exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
I mean, that's an exact match.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
He was trying to get rid of DNA.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231, is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232, is this just another
Just too many
top view
puzzle
or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so
It
you
means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Okay, court's indulgence. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I've been
I have
wondering
the
why
spelling
too.
right.
I appreciate
Why would he keep all that?
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Maybe to try to have it under control.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case.
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. Being that it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Telles's home, the search of Mr. Telles's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay. It happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken his stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning.
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Telles's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there's approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree? Or would you know that I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great.
There's no gotchas
You're
here.
giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room of the Tellus home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellus home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Tellus home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
not a good day for defense. I mean, he's trying to lob all these gotchas. No Perry
So,
Mason moments here.
Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar?
Okay, so that begins with an E.
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum?
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel. You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police
Would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay, and I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that. Let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay, all right. So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay, so when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to
instead
N.
of M. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No. Tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My name, my last name seems to be keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
No points to defense today.
As to the question, I memorialized the body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as the scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut up shoes and the baggy of shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us, is that they generate the reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from the jurors.
Oh, jury question. Good chance to see what's hitting or not hitting with the jury. Looks like there's a sidebar. He looks disappointed. Okay, what's going through Telles's mind right now? He keeps nodding his head. He's got, a poopy look on his face. So if I were him, this is how I've come to look at trials. I like, as I watch the state put on their case, they put on their witnesses. Of course, their story is going to come across stronger, and the defense has a chance to get hits on the story.
Number 10, do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember, search correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused for your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And
Thank you,
the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan?
So the defense has a chance, during the state's case, to sow doubt into the state's case by getting hits on the witnesses and the testimony of the witnesses. And I just don't see any hits being made on the witnesses at all today on the evidence that's been testified to. I think we may not be on a bit of a delay, so I'm going to pass it over to
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds.
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not. And then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching? And then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay, and do you know a Detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. TELLES at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on.
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure. Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is states 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag,
And states 244.
the opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view. And then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you.
We'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to states 311. Did you see?
And was that bag, then is the bag was during the smell allowed?
Yes.
Reserved with the basketball and the football in it. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it.
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Huh, I wonder where that was supposed to
For your
prove.
testimony here today, you may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
State called Detective John Hoffman.
Detective John Hoffman.
When you're about to give this action,
Hoffman, John Hoffman, Boston Police Department.
And how long have you been a member?
Was a patrol detective.
You were assisting her on that to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes, they'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to states 311. Did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Telles's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as states 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes,
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
that's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
But the crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not 1 picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. Do you agree?
Objection argumentative.
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
Yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst miss them?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag are removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just. Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mm-hmm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Question?
He's just sitting there trying to look as pleasant as possible in the midst of the worst circumstances he could be in. Looks like they might be getting a jury question. So I think this is the second trial I've covered or streamed where there are jury questions. I think the first one was in, I think it was Michigan, if I remember correctly. but don't hold me to that. They all start to come together. So it boggles my mind that this defendant held on to all this stuff. So what are the explanations? He thought he needed to control it. He was going to get rid of it later.
We have a question from a juror marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up.
Plain sight? Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Not in that angle, of course not.
This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation.
You know, Google, if you're listening, that would be a very useful, and
Any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted.
believe me, that is a key word in the Google ecosystem. Useful. They like things that are useful. Google, something very useful would be a lip reader. A lip reader. Okay. We want to be able to see text come out on the screen based on what this guy is saying on his lips. I mean, that should be and now I'm being completely serious. I mean, super serious. That should be like an availability tool, that should be available to people with hearing disability. Seriously. If maybe it's there already for people. It could be. Are they saying anything right now that what we want to hear? So it really blows my mind that he held on to all this stuff. It blows my mind that he used his own vehicle. Okay. It blows my mind that he used such a distinctive looking hat. It blows my mind that he held on to the shoes and the hat and not only held on to them, but tried to destroy them and held on to them after trying to destroy them. That's what he was saying, Stargazer. I think that was a good day. I think he did a good job. You know, people like him can be so delusional that they will only look at what they think worked out well for them. You know what I mean? They'll only look at things in the best light for them. Seriously. Yeah, exactly. He probably did that. You're so funny, Solo. It's so true. These guys, criminals are idiots, man. So the thing is when you look at all the stuff that he kept to like Stargazer said earlier, to literally incriminate himself, to frame himself, the only defense is he was framed. He was framed. So that explains why the defense is asking the witnesses When were you there? When did you arrive? Did you stage that photo? When did you take the picture? When did you access it? And they're seeing that in the court of public opinion, there's a little bit of traction getting made with the idea that framing is getting done because there's more distrust of police and government and investigations. It's working with the Karen Reed case, whether it's right or not. You know what I mean? So they're like, okay, we're going to go there. We're going to go with there's corruption. He was framed, but I don't see there's just how do you frame the way how do you frame this, you guys? I just got to show this again in case you didn't see it before. How do you frame this walk? How do you do that? Yeah, exactly. Get the fuck out of here. It doesn't, the emoji doesn't show up on StreamYard, unfortunately. But how do you frame that? I think it'll be really, really interesting when this guy testifies. And I have to say, I really appreciate the way the state is blowing through witnesses, and the fact that the witnesses there's only one witness that I felt got pretty wordy and defensive, but whatever. Not that defensive. It was that the guy Zach, the guy who would turn over houses for the public affairs or the whatever it's called, for the guy that worked with him, Zach. He would get a little bit wordy and defensive, maybe over talk a little bit, but his testimony was crucial. And then he was followed up by the other real estate agent who was very likable and very just to the point and credible. And in every of these situations during the cross-examination, the defense attorney really came off like a dick. He tried to come off aggressive. He tried to approach them as if he opened up his questioning of them as if they came to the table with baggage, as if they came to the table. They came to the table with baggage behind them that they should be doubted. That bald guy, PKC, is that hearkening back to somebody saying that bald guy? I should be laughing at that, but I'm forgetting the joke. Sometimes I have short-term memory issues. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm going to be honest. I just think this was a really bad day for the defense. I think it was so bad. But again, when the state is putting on their case, it tends to be a bad day for the defense. We're just going to, say the way the person described the defendant. Gosh, did I miss that? Did he say that bald guy? Did I miss that? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Wait a minute. Now it's coming back to me. I'm sorry. It's coming back to me. It's been a little bit of a long day. Anyway, it's coming. I'm sorry. I'm racking my brain now because now it's coming back to me, and it's bothering me that I'm not remembering it. Sorry, everybody. Anyway, so thank you very much for being here. I will start things back up tomorrow morning. I'm going to listen to when they're starting tomorrow. I mean, I thought they were going to start again today at 10:30, but they started at 11. Again, I like the way that the state is blowing through witnesses. I like the way that they're just kind of no bullshit. Nobody's okay. Solo, enjoy Big Brother. I think that is what he said. The guy in the suit, he is bald. Oh, I must have missed that. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? Now I remember that. I just don't now I remember hearing it. I just don't remember exactly who said it. I just don't remember exactly who said it. He's bald. Because now I remember looking at TELLES to see what his reaction was, and it wasn't dramatic or anything like that. It didn't seem like it was kind of like, yeah, kind of like that. Anyway, so I'll be here tomorrow. I hope you will be too. Just a reminder, here's what my new channel looks like. Right here. Would love to have you there. Eventually, I would like to start hosting court there and just doing all my true crime on that channel. Since this one is clearly being dinged. I don't know if that one's going to be dinged too. I just don't know, but that's what I'd eventually like to do. So anyway, I will see you all very, very soon. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy your Big Brother or other shows that you watch. And if you're not feeling well, I hope you feel better soon. And if you are feeling well, I hope you keep feeling better. I mean, feeling great. All right. Love you all, and I will see you soon.